Hello, everyone. Good evening.
Good evening, ma'am.
Am I audible? I'm
Yes, ma'am.
okay. Um, So today is the revision session of week 3 and week 4. Okay. So shall we start now? Yeah.
Yes, ma'am, we can.
Okay. So like basically in week 1 and week 2, what did we study? We actually studied about the like what is statistics, descriptive statistics, differential statistics. Then we had sample and population. Then we came to know about data, different types of data. Then we came to know about categorical data, like how to create frequency table, what is a frequency table, what is a relative frequency. Yeah. Then what are the uh, charts like pie charts, bar charts. So these were the things that we did in week 1 and week 2. Now week 3, we are going to learn about how to make a frequency table for a continuous data. So earlier, frequency table, like if we have a discrete data. Okay, what do you mean by discrete data? Discrete data in the sense, like, for example, like I'm having a value like 2, 1, 3, 4, 5, 2, 3, 1, 2, like this is my discrete data, right? So if I have to make a frequency table about the out of this, like the values, like I would be having a discrete or a distinct values, right? What are the distinct values? These are what are the distinct values?
Ma'am, which can be countable.
No, 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 no. See, if I'm having this is my let's say this is my data. Okay. I
Con-
have to make a frequency table out of this. So how will I make a table? So first of all, I would like in the first column, I would be having some values. Then in the second column, I would be having a frequency. And in the third column, I would be having a relative frequency. This is how we made a frequency table, correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So just now tell me what are the values that I should write here? Like if this is
Um,
my data, so what are the distinct value that I have?
Okay,
one,
also
two, three,
for
four, five.
yeah,
Correct. One,
two,
two,
three. Okay.
3, 4, and 5, right? These
Yeah,
are my distances. And the
Yes.
frequency, like how many times one occur, it occurs 2
two.
times,
Two
Yeah,
time.
two.
Two,
3,
three time. Three, two time. Four, one time.
1 time, right?
Five,
So
one
this is
time.
my frequency. So the total is
Nine.
9, right? And what will be my relative frequency?
Two by
It will be
nine.
2 by 9,
Divided
3
by
by 9,
total.
Three by nine.
9, 1 by 9, and 1 by 9. So this is how we actually calculated for a discrete data in which I have distinct points, and I can like for each of the values I can write the frequency. Okay. Now, if I'm having a long set of data, like for example, like this is my data here. Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
So see, here I have a long range of data, like 68, 79, 38. So there are many data. So I can't like, if I'm having these kind of values, I can't write it in distinct, right? I can write 68, 79. Like it would be like a really long table, right? So that for that, we make a intervals, class intervals. Like the intervals are like 30 to 40, 40 to 50, 50 to 60, 60 to 70. So like that. So we have made class intervals. And if my value is in this, like if like 68, 68 will come in this interval, right? 60 to 70.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. So like that, like this way I can make, and this is so this is my frequency table for a continuous data. Okay. So make sure that the intervals that you make should be of equal width. Okay. So like 30 to 40, the width is like 10, 40 to 50 is 10, 50 to 60 is 10. And if you see here, the intervals are from 30 to 40, then 40 to 50. Okay. Like it is a continuous. Got it?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So
Yes.
in this only, we have some of the few terms, right? What are the terms? Like, what do you mean by there is lower class limit? What do you mean by lower class limit?
Ma'am, why was the previous data continuous? I don't-
This data continues. See, continuous in the sense, like if I'm having this long data, like this type of data, I can't make a table like this, right? I can't just write all the values, all the distinct values here. Like here, I had only a few data, so I could have written as 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, like that, right? So it's like a quite representable and organizable manner, right? But I can't write this data in that manner, right? So I had to convert into a class interval so that it could be a little understandable, like the table could be represented. You got my point?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So like if I have made the interval, so the values can be in between these intervals. Got my point?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So in this only we have few more like few terms are there. Like the first thing is lower class limit. What do you mean by lower class limit? Which is the lowest value of that
Value.
interval, right? Then we
Yes,
have
yes.
then we have upper class limit. What do you mean by upper class limit?
Highest value of that class range.
Yeah, correct. Then we have class width, which is
Difference between
The
higher
average
and
of the
low.
lower and the lower. The average.
sorry.
Difference between higher and
Difference
lower
between
limit.
higher and upper and sorry, difference between upper and lower class limit.
Correct. And what is class mark?
That is the average
For
of both.
average of lower and upper limit for class.
Telemark?
Class mark. Not tally. Tally mark is a different thing, and class mark is a different. Okay.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Middle value.
Ma'am, the median.
Which one? Class mark. Class mark is the average of the two class limits. That's okay. Now, now, that was the frequency table of a continuous data, right? So if I'm having a continuous data, continuous frequency table, how can I graphically represent that? Anyone?
With a
Histogram.
bar chart.
Histograms.
Histograms. Yeah,
Bar
histograms.
chart is for that in which we have a discrete data, like the first one, this one. For this, I can make a bar chart. But if I'm having a continuous data, I can't make a bar chart. I will make a histogram. Okay. So for example, like I'm having a class intervals like 30 to 40, 40 to 50, 50 to 60, 60 to 70. Okay. And I'm having frequencies like 3, 6, let's say 10, and we have 12. Okay. So how will I make a histogram? On my x-axis, it will be like it will be the data, correct? That means my intervals. So it would be like,
Yes.
yeah, so it would be
30,
like 30, 40,
40.
50, 60, and 70, correct? And here I would be having my frequencies. Okay, so let's say 2, 10, let's say this is my like the frequencies. Okay, this is my y-axis. Right? Now, so the thing is like, how will we make it? Like from 30 to 40, my frequency is 3. So this would be
3.
like my 3 is here. So this would be like, we will draw it like this. Like from 30 to 40, my frequency is 3. Similarly, from 40 to 50, it is 6. So it will be from 40 to 50, like this. Okay. Similarly, from 50 to 60, it is 10. So this would be somewhat like this. Then we have from 60 to 70, that is 12.
Yeah.
So this is my histogram. Got it? So in
Yes.
histogram, just remember that there is no space between them. Like in a bar graph, in the bar chart, we had space between the bars, right? In this, we don't have any space between them. Okay. So if I'm having a continuous data, I would be representing it through histogram. Is everything clear? Clear?
Yes.
Everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes.
If I'm going too fast,
Ma'am.
just stop me there. Okay.
Ma'am, just I have just one question. Like, had the data been an so is it required for the histogram to have an ordinal data set?
Ordinal data sets. That's not
Yeah. So if so, is it required for the data to be ordinal for the histogram to have?
ordinal in the sense.
So in the sense that the data, the frequencies that appear, they have an order.
Yeah,
No, no,
here,
no.
You
It's
you have
not
to order it
necessary.
first.
Like you're talking about this value, these values.
Yeah, the frequency
No,
yes,
no,
vectors.
no.
yes.
It is not necessary that it should be in order. Not
Okay.
necessary. Yeah. It's just an example. I could have the values like 3, 6. This would be like 4. This would be like 8, something like that. So it's not necessary.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. So shall we proceed further?
Yes.
Okay. Then the next thing is we have stem and leaf plot. What do you mean by stem and leaf plot? Anyone?
When the first one's digit will be on the right side and the tenth digit on the left side of
Yeah. So basically, in
Yeah.
this, we have like the stem and leaf plot is basically that we are separating the observation into two parts. Okay. Namely, we have stem and the other part is leaf. Okay. So if I'm having an observation, mm, let's say 15, 22, 29, 36, 31, 45, 10. Like these are my data. Okay. So I'm now separating the values. I'm separating the observations. So the first thing is the values that are in tens digit would be in stem. Okay. So what are the values? 1, 2, 3, 4, right? These
4.
are my distinct
Yeah.
values. Correct. And the thing
Mm-hmm.
is like when you write the values under stem, it should be in order, ascending order. Okay. So it would be 1, 2, 3, and 4. Got it?
4. Yes.
Now what is a leaf? Like the digits that are in ones place. Yes, Alo?
Sorry to interrupt the class,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Ma'am, how can I access the recording session of this live session?
Sorry?
How can I access the recording of this live session because I'm not able to attend the class now?
Okay. So it's, I think in that calendar, you have a link for the live
Okay.
session, I guess. The YouTube link.
Okay.
yeah, it's still on YouTube.
Yeah. Okay then. Yeah. So under the leaf, we have the numbers which are in ones place, like 5, 2, 9, 6. And the thing is like in the leaf, like in the leaf part, here it should also be in ascending order. So first of all, to the right side of 1, there is 5 and 0, right? So it
Yes.
should be in order. So it would be 0, 5. Okay. Similarly, what are the values after 2? It is 2,
2, 9.
9, right? So I would be writing it's in ascending order, right? Now for 3,
Yes.
it is 6,
1.
1, correct? So it would be written as 1, 6. And 4, it is 5. Got it? So this is the correct representation. This is how you represent a stem and leaf plot. Got it?
Yes.
Ma'am, how to
Everyone?
do it if there are 3 digits?
If there are 3 digits. Okay. So you like it depends. Like that thing will not be in the exam, so you don't have to worry about it. But basically, like we can, like if it's 13, 113, so you can write it as 13, 5, like that.
Okay, ma'am.
It depends upon you, how you are dividing the observation. Okay.
Sorry to interrupt, ma'am. Actually, in our lectures, it was said that the rightmost can be written in leaf. The remaining part will be written in stem, ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Like
Yeah.
only,
Yeah, that's what ma'am showed.
yeah. Okay, then let's move forward then.
Ma'am, is this more accurate, or you have more fidelity in stem leaf compared to histogram, because there you're losing some data granularity due to frequency?
I'm sorry, could you repeat?
Compared to histogram, where you're actually converting the data into frequency, right? Stem and leaf, you're still retaining the granular level of data values, right?
We are just representing the numerical data, that's it.
Yes, but in histogram, you're losing the exact values, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. So this is a more preferred then, if you want granularity.
If you want to represent the data
Okay.
in a more, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay. Now the other topic is descriptive measures. Okay. So basically, if I have to summarize my data, okay, so I would be using a descriptive measures. So basically, I have two types of descriptive measures. The first one is
Central tendency.
the measure of central tendency. Okay. What is measure of central tendency?
The center
Mean
value.
mode.
Center of data, you can say.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct. And the second is measure
Dis
of dispersion. Okay. So what is measure of dispersion?
Spread of data.
Spread, or you can say the variability. Correct. So these are the two types of measure of descriptive measures. The first is central tendency and the second is dispersion. Okay. So basically, in measure of central tendency, we have three central tendencies. So the first one is mean.
Mean.
Okay. Okay. So in week 2, I guess we learned about the measure of central tendency for a categorical data. And what were they?
What, ma'am?
What were
Mean.
the measure of central tendency for a categorical
Mode
data?
and median.
Mode and
Mean
median.
and mode.
Mean is
Mode
not
and
there.
Mode and median.
Mm.
Correct. Now,
Yes.
if I'm having a numerical data, so what are the types of central tendency? We would be having mean, we would be having mode, and we would be having median. Correct?
Median.
Now, so what do you mean by mean?
The most
Mean
occurring.
average.
The
Average value. Correct. Okay. So my average value is the mean. Okay. And how is it calculated? Like it is represented by X bar, which is
X bar.
sum of all the values divided by the number of observation.
number of.
Correct?
Yes.
So basically, this is my sample mean. Okay. If I have to calculate the population mean, it would be mu is
Divided
equals
by
to
capital N.
correct. Okay. Okay. So tell me like whether my mean will be like if I'm having any outliers or so, will it be affected?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh,
Yes.
no.
ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. It will.
It will affect.
Yeah, it will be affected. So like for example, if I'm having a data like 2, 12, 5, 7, 6, 7, 3. So if I calculate the mean here, it would be like summing all the values divided by the number of observation. So it basically 42 by 7, which is 6. Correct. Now I am just replacing this value. So like if the value is like 105, okay, in case of 12, I'm just replacing it by 105 and all the values are same. So if I calculate the mean here, it would be like somewhat 19.285, right? So there is a difference.
Yes.
So that means like
Depend on the
if I'm
value.
having an outlier, yeah, if I'm having an outlier, the mean would be affected. Okay?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay then. So basically, if I'm having a discrete data, okay, so my mean would be calculated by summation of xi divided by n, correct? If I'm having a continuous data, how would I calculate? It would be summation of
Midpoints.
FI
divided by n,
summation
where
of
fi is the frequency and xi is the
Class in.
Midpoint.
middle value. Okay. So basically, if I'm having like this was the data, right? Let's take this data. Okay. So this is my class interval. These are my frequency. If I have to calculate the mean here, so the formula of mean is
Sigma fi xi
Summation.
upon n.
yeah. So summation of xi, which is summation of fi xi divided by n, right? So fi is the frequency and xi is the middle term. Middle term in the sense, like what is the middle value in the interval 30 to 40? It would be 35,
35.
35,
correct? Similarly, 40 to 50, it would be 45,
45,
then
55,
55 and 65.
65.
So now the value is like we have to multiply the frequency and the middle term, right? Then summing it
Yes.
divided by the number of observations. This is how you calculate the mean for a group data or a continuous data. Got it?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. It will not give the approx value.
Yeah, it will not
Sorry,
be
ma'am.
the approx. Yes.
Here I have a doubt. In the continuous data, the last value is excluded from the range.
Yeah,
So, for
correct.
example, 30 to 40, we can take up to 30 to 39 only. So,
Yeah.
if at all we can include or we can exclude, it is up to us. So, when we include it, how can we mark in 30 to 40? So when I mention 30 to 40, it is excluded. But if at all I want to include it in the range, so how can I, what is the special mark I can use it to note that it is included? I think I am clear in my question.
It's like it depends upon you actually, how you are going to calculate it. Like in this, if you are like in this example only, here we are not including the upper class. Okay, we are not including the 40 value. If I'm having a 40, I would be including in this interval. Correct. So there is no specific let's say like mark or something that you have to write. Like it's your data, it's your frequency, how you are going to like represent it. So it totally depends upon you.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Ma'am, I have a doubt.
Yeah.
When we are taking the midpoint of the interval,
Mhm.
of the class interval, the midpoint, it's not accurate, right? Like 50 to 60, you take 55, but 55 is not accurate representation of the data, the actual data.
Okay. Yeah. Correct.
It's just a vague representation of it.
Yes. Correct.
In the real world, we can't use this as an accurate representation.
So that's
So
why
I'm
this average
asking,
is, so that is why this average is not the exact value. This is just an approximate. If I calculate the average value for a discrete data, it would be an exact mean. But if I calculate my average value for a continuous data, it wouldn't be an exact mean. It would be an approximate value. Got it?
yeah.
Sorry, I couldn't hear you. Is it clear?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
Ma'am, could you please repeat the X bar and the XI part?
X bar and the?
XI part, I couldn't understand.
Okay, so basically my xi is the middle term. So from 30 to 40, what is like in this interval, what is my middle value?
35.
35. Okay, so similarly from 40 to 50, what is my middle value?
45.
Yeah. So that this is my xi.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any other doubts?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
So shall we proceed now?
Yes.
Okay. So this is how we calculated the mean for discrete, for continuous. Now the thing is, if I'm adding a constant, okay, if I'm adding a constant, then how will it be effective? Like for example, if I'm having like the mean is my X bar. Okay. I am adding a constant. So the final mean would be the actual mean
Plus.
plus
Plus the
the
constant.
constant. Okay. Now, if I'm multiplying,
It will
then
also
it
get
would be,
multiplied.
It will multiply.
yeah. So the actual mean would be multiplied by the constant.
Old.
Is this thing clear? Is
Yes,
the
ma'am.
mean part clear to everyone?
Yes.
Okay. Then the second is we have median. So what is median?
The middle value of
Middle value.
Yeah, we can say the middle value of an ordered list. Okay. So if you are calculating median, the first step is you have to arrange them
order it.
in an order or
Order.
in ascending order. Okay. Okay. So now if my data is even, okay. So how will I calculate the median?
The even number divided by 2 plus the average of the both, n by 2 plus n by 2.
Yeah. So it would
Average
be
of the
the,
middle two value.
yeah. So it would be the average of n by 2th term and n by 2 plus 1th term.
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Now, if I'm having
Yes.
an odd number of data, then
n by 2
Then
plus
n
1.
by 2.
n plus
N by
1
2
by
and next
2th term. Is it fine?
Ma'am, if we get a decimal value, then what will we do?
Decimal value like
Like
median.
for even, we get 4 point, let's
Hmm.
say 6, 7 something.
Hmm.
So we take the fourth value or the fifth value?
No, that would be okay. Let me take an example. Like the thing is, if I'm having a value 2, 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, and 105. Okay. So it is in even data, right? So my n is 6 here. Now the median would be n by 2th term, that is the third term, and the fourth term, right? It would be the average of both of these terms,
yes.
correct?
Yes.
So here my third value is 5 plus,
Third
and
term.
the fourth value is 6, correct?
6.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So this would be actually 5.5. So this is my median. So it is not necessary that you should get the value should be like a proper whole value, whole number. It is not necessary. You can get a decimal values.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
But in this test, like we will have two median, right? 5 and 6.
But the middle of the
Yeah, like the 5 and 6, we can say that these both are median, but we actually take the average of both.
Ah, okay.
Okay.
we have to
Yeah.
find only one value. That's
One value. Correct. Now, tell me if my sample median is affected by, or is it sensitive to outliers or not?
Sorry, ma'am. In the case of
Less sensitive than mean.
ma'am, in the case of odd number of elements in the list, so if at all we'll get a like someone said 4.6, in that case, we'll take the next integer as a median. In the case of even number of integer number, then we'll take the fraction. So that was said in the lectures. So
That
yeah,
was
please
actually, no,
clarify.
it was not a median. It was for the percentile. If you're calculating percentile.
For example, we have 5 digits in a series. So the middle term is the 3, but when we divide it with by 5, we'll get some some point. So when we'll get some point,
Okay, just a second. 1 minute, 1 minute. If you're having 5 number of data, right?
yeah,
Correct? Okay. So
yes,
the thing is, like, if you're calculating for an odd data, so the thing is n
yeah,
plus 1 by 2th term, correct?
yes,
Yeah. So my n is 5.
Yes.
My n is 5
Yes.
plus 1 by
Yeah.
2th. That is 6 by
Mhm.
2th.
Yeah. 3.
That is third term.
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
here my third term is 5. Let's
Yes.
say, suppose. So this is my median only. That's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Okay.
No, what is the significance of median? Why do we why do we learn what is median?
It's just like which is the let's say the middle value or the centermost point.
It's just simple as is a middle value.
Hmm.
Okay, ma'am.
So that we can find the upper higher than the middle value and the lower higher from the middle
Okay. So yeah, okay. Till here, is it fine?
value. Yes,
Yes.
ma'am. We can
Okay.
continue.
Now, if I'm adding constant in, what will happen?
Change the
Median hits by a constant.
Median will change.
The median will get changed, right? So it
Yes.
will be
Yes.
my new median would be my old median
Plus
plus some
Plus
plus the
constant.
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 Okay. Yeah. Similarly, if I'm multiplying,
Same. Multiply.
New median is equal to multiply by old median.
yeah, correct. Old median into some constant. Okay. So median is clear to everyone?
You were
Yes.
talking about outliers earlier.
No, I'm
Outliers.
talking about
Outlier. Before you got interrupted, you were talking about
Yeah.
outliers.
Okay, yeah, I asked everyone like whether my median is sensitive to outlier or not. I just asked.
Ma'am, mean is sensitive, but median is not, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
Median is sensitive, right?
Median is not sensitive
It's not.
It's not sensitive.
because you're just calculating the middle value. So like we don't care whether they have outliers or not. It's just the middle value. Got my point?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So basically, if you
Ma'am,
take this example only, like if I'm having this
ma'am,
data, yeah,
in practice assignments, it was mentioned that median is less affected by outliers than mean. Is it
yeah,
true?
that's true. That's true.
Ma'am, that
Okay, ma'am.
means it is less affected, but not, it is not totally zero, right?
So that's why we are adding the constant and the multiplying the constant.
Yeah, now is it clear? So median is not sensitive or it is least affected by the outliers. Is it fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, so the median is clear to everyone?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
Okay. Now we have mode. What do you mean by mode?
it's the highest value, the highest.
Frequency of
Highest
the
frequency.
The highest frequency, correct?
Yes.
The highest frequency.
Okay. The highest frequency. So if basically, like for example, if I'm having a value 2, 12, 5, 7, 6, 7. So here my mod is
7.
7, correct?
7.
Because 7 is occurring twice. Okay. Now, if I add a constant, what will happen?
Mod plus C.
New mode is
No.
equal to
The
old
mode
mode
remains
plus
the
new.
same. Its mode remains the same.
Mode plus constant.
Yeah, mode plus
Mod plus
The old mode,
constant.
yeah, plus the constant one. Okay. Is it fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if
Sorry,
I'm
ma'am, when you add a number at the as an outlier, can we add it, ma'am, for mode?
can you repeat?
Whenever we are adding the number to each digit, then only we'll add at the end, right? So if at all we are adding the number at the end of the series, then I think we may not add it. I think so.
See, let's say I'm taking this data only, okay? And I'm just adding 2 to all of the data, correct? So it would be 2 plus 2, 4, 12 plus 2, 14, 5 plus 2, 7, 7 plus 2, 9, 6 plus 2, 8, 8, 7 plus 9, 7 plus 2, 9, and 3 plus 2, 5. This is my data after adding 2, correct?
Yes.
Ramakrishna, is it
Yes,
fine?
I understood it. Thank you.
Got it? Yeah. So here the 9
Got
is occurring twice. So this is the mode. So actually it is basically 7 plus 2. That is 9. Got it?
Yes, ma'am, we can continue.
Okay.
Yes,
Now
ma'am.
this was the condition for adding a constant. Now if you are multiplying, what will happen?
The old will multiply it by constant.
The
Multiply
old
by C.
mode will be multiplied by C.
C.
Correct. Till here, is it fine for everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now we
Can
have,
you just summarize this?
sorry,
Ma'am, what outliers exactly mean?
Ma'am, just can you summarize this one in short words?
which one? Somebody was
Yes,
asking
ma'am, this
something.
part only.
This part. So if we add a constant in a data, the mode will be equal to the old mode plus that constant value. Okay. And similarly, if we multiplying a constant, the new mode will be the old mode multiplied by that constant. That's it.
Mode is the highest value, right?
Yeah.
Which is 7.
Hmm.
If we add 2 as example to 9.
Hmm.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Yeah. Ma'am, can you say that mode is sensitive to outlier or not?
Mode is?
Sensitive to outliers.
It's not basically means because we are just calculating the that value which is having the highest frequency. Right?
Yes.
So
Okay.
yeah.
Ma'am, we are saying sensitive again and again. In the mean, the sensitive cases, the mean got changed. But in the mode and median, the values also change when we add constant or multiply constant. So is it not sensitive?
The values are not getting changed. Like how
Okay,
are the
okay.
values are going to change? Like median
the
is like this,
mean,
just the middle value, right?
okay, okay.
And the mode is just the observation which is having the highest frequency.
Oh, I got it. In that mean, okay.
Yeah.
Ma'am, what outliers exactly mean?
Sorry?
What outliers? What is mean by outliers, ma'am?
What do you mean by outliers? Outliers are that value which is like very different. Like if I
Compared to
suppose, yeah, so compared to other data, if I'm having this data and in this data only I'm having other value, which is like, let's say, one. In this data only, I'm having other value, which is 105. So basically, this is my outlier because this value is different from all other values, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, which is like a unique.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So that is an outlier. Got it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Any other doubts?
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Okay. So can we continue?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay. Now comes, so that was my measure of central tendency. Now we have the measure of dispersion. Correct? So in measure of dispersion, there are two measure of dispersion, right? The first one is
Variance.
variance. Okay. And how do you calculate variance?
Summation of the
Sigma yi minus xi square
It is
upon
represented by sigma square, which is summation of xi minus x
minus
bar whole
x
square
bar
divided by n.
n.
Okay.
Yes.
This is basically my population variance.
populations also. N minus 1 is the sample.
Okay. If I'm dividing it by n minus 1, it would be sample.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you explain that why is that n minus 1 become sample?
That's not in your course actually. So
It will be taught in the further
yeah,
course.
further. So you
Lecture
don't
set.
have to. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Just basically learn that if I have to calculate the population variance, it would be divided by n, and if I have to calculate sample variance, it would be n minus. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Then we have
Standard deviation.
standard deviation. Okay. So standard deviation is basically written as sigma,
Root of
which is under root of the variance, sigma square, right? So basically it is summation of under root of summation of xi minus x bar square divided by n. So this is my population standard deviation, you can say, right? If I'm taking the square root of summation of xi minus x bar square divided by n minus 1, it would be my sample standard deviation, correct?
yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Range and something else also comes with depression.
Yeah, it also comes. So basically, now tell me what is the difference between the variance and the standard deviation? Why do we have the variance, right? So why do we calculate the standard deviation?
Because root in standard deviation.
Then get the value
Variance
of
is
the
a
accurate
squared
units which
unit
Yeah. Variance is squared unit.
Correct.
which
And
cannot
this,
be like easily interpreted sometimes.
yeah, correct. So variance is basically the units are squared, but in standard deviation, the units remain the same as the observation of the data. Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Okay.
Yes.
Variance basically amplifies the standard deviation, the behavior or standard deviation probably.
Say that. Okay. Now, if I, the thing is, if I add a constant in a variance, okay, if let's say if I'm adding a constant C, what would be my new variance?
You're adding a constant to what? The data itself or variance?
I'm to the data. If I say
No change.
no change.
No change.
There will be no change. Correct. So it will remain as sigma square. Okay. Now, if I'm multiplying,
T square will be multiplied.
Then also no change.
So it gets multiplied by c squared, no?
T square.
correct. So it would be C square into sigma square. Fine. Now, in standard deviation, if I'm adding a constant, it
No
would
change.
be no change.
No
So it
change.
will remain sigma. And if I'm multiplying, it would
C
be
square will be multiplied.
Into C.
C into the standard deviation.
T square, I think, in the outer side. I think C square will be multiplied by C.
No, this is correct.
C square will be multiplied by?
Square is of maybe covariance.
Okay, I got it.
C square is covariance?
Continue, ma'am. Continue.
I mean, addition only in this variance is there. Can you explain this part, addition and multiplication you just said right now?
The thing is like if you add a constant term in a data and you have to calculate the new variance, it would be similar to the old variance. Okay. It is not affected by adding a constant. Okay. But if you multiply a constant, the new variance would be the old variance multiplied by C square. Okay. Similarly, in
Constant
standard,
we are adding.
yeah. In standard deviation, after adding a constant, it won't be affected by it. But if you multiply, the new standard deviation would be the old standard deviation multiplied by. Okay.
Okay, ma'am.
Yeah. Can we move forward?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, then we have range.
Range.
Okay. So what is range? Range is
Max
basically
value minus minimum value.
the max value minus the minimum value. Right?
Yes,
And
ma'am.
is my range sensitive to outliers?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, it is.
Yes, ma'am.
Most
Yes, ma'am.
sensitive.
And the last thing is interquartile range, correct? So
Q3
what is my,
minus Q1.
which is Q3 minus Q1. Okay. So what is what is my Q3?
The 75th, or we can say the third.
The third quartile.
Yeah. So
Third
basically my
quartile.
Q3 and Q1 are my quartiles. So what are quartiles? Anyone?
Please explain. No, I forgot.
Okay.
Observations, and you divide the observations in set of four
Like
stand.
quarters, like fourths.
I
Four
know what is
quadrants.
quartile, but define is not. I don't know the define.
Hold a second.
Hello.
Wait. Just a second, man. Turn this to- Okay, so basically, what is my quartile? Quartile is just that we are dividing my data set into four parts. Okay, so basically, if I'm having a data, so like I have quartile 1, I have quartile 2, and I have quartile 3. Okay, so we are dividing into four parts: the first part, the second part, the third part, and the fourth part. Okay.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
So this is the definition of it.
Okay. Yeah. So basically, quartile is like we are dividing the data into four parts. Quartile 1, quartile 2, quartile 3. So quartile 1 is like the 25th percentile. Okay. This is my 50th, and
50th.
this is my 75th. Okay. So yeah. So 25th percentile in the sense like under quartile 1, I am having 25% of my data. Then under quartile 2, we are having 50% of data. Then on the right side also, we are having like 50, this is my 50% of data. This is my 50% of data. So let's say, and quartile 3 is like from the like left side, I'm having 75% of data, and this side I'm having 25% of data, like that. So we have been divided the data into four parts: 25, 50, and 75. Okay.
Dividing the data on the basis of what?
On the basis of?
It's like a median thing, right? But you're dividing it into, instead of two halves, into four
Yeah,
quarters.
correct. So we are just dividing into four parts. The data I'm dividing it into a four parts: quartile 1, 2, 3.
Is there any criteria for dividing data?
Yeah, it was said that the maximum and minimum value, if you take the maximum of our data set and minimum of data set, so by taking both of them as the starting and ending point, so into three quarters, I think so. That I what I remember.
It is ordered data, lowest to highest in a sequence, and then you divide based on, 50 is basically Q2, which is like the median, the middle point. And between Q2 and the lowest, what is the median is Q1. Between the highest and Q2, whatever is the median is Q3.
Yeah. Okay. So basically, yeah, this is here we have maximum. Oh, sorry, minimum. This is my minimum, and this is my maximum. Okay. In between that, we have quartile 1, quartile 2, and quartile 3. Okay. So if we are summarizing my data, okay, so I have 5-number summary. And what is that? It is basically the minimum value. Then we have quartile 1, then we have quartile 2, then quartile 3, and the last thing is the maximum value. This is how we summarize the data. Okay.
Can we have example, ma'am?
Yeah. um, like we will be doing one question. So there you will be able to find out what the 5 number summary. Okay. Like after this, we will be doing one like a question. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, here the quartile 2 is also known as the median. Okay.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
this is my 5 number summary and my interquartile range. The formula of interquartile range is Q3 minus Q1. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. Quartile 1 is basically my 25% percentile. Okay. Quartile 3 is 75%. Is it fine?
Yes.
Yes.
Not clear, ma'am. Why it is Q3 minus Q1? Why not Q2 minus Q1, Q4 minus Q1?
See, we are calculating interquartile range. Okay. So basically, okay. So what is range? Range was basically maximum minus minimum.
Yes.
So now we are calculating the range between the quartiles, right? So in this, with the maximum is Q3 and the minimum is Q1.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, that's why we are calculating Q3 minus Q.
But we have maximum value, which is more
No,
than
but we
Q3.
are calculating the range of quartiles,
It's,
not the range.
it's the value
This is,
between the quartiles.
yeah.
Oh, no. Okay, okay. Now I got it.
Is it fine till here?
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone?
Ma'am, is it possible Q1 minus Q3 minus Q1 is equal to Q2?
No.
Not necessarily.
If it is median and it is 75% and it
Not
is
ne
25.
not necessary. Depends on the values of the data set.
No, Q2, if 50% is the median.
No, bro. When you have list of 1 to 10, when you minus 10 minus 1, you get the 9 or 8. You get the value 9, which is mean it's a between middle value.
Okay.
Interquartile range the middle value that comes under the quartile 1 or quartile 3, not the median.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So, yes.
No, nothing.
Is there any doubt?
No, I thought you.
Yeah. So, okay. So this was all about week 3. Is it fine to everyone?
Ma'am, could you give me could you give us definition for percentile?
Okay, percentile.
Yes.
Okay. So basically, percentile is like let's say if I'm having data like 35, 35, 38, 47, 58, 61, 66, 68, 70, and 71. This is my data. Okay. Now I have to calculate the percentile. Okay. So basically, my 100p percentile. Actually, my user is not working. So please.
Okay.
So if I have to calculate 100p percentile, okay, of a data of size n. So here my n value is 10.
10.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So if I have to calculate the 100 p percentile of a data size n, there are two things. The first thing is if my NP, okay, if my NP is not an integer, okay. So if my NP is not an integer, then you can say my percentile value would be the smallest, like the integer which is greater than that value. Okay. So for example, let's say if I have to calculate 25th percentile,
Okay.
okay, that means my 100 p value is 25. That means my p value would be 0.25. Correct?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
now my p value is 0.25. My n value is 10. So my NP would be 10 into 0.25, which is 2.5.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Correct?
ma'am.
So, okay. So my value, that this is not an integer. Correct? So I would be taking the next number, which is 3. That is 3. That is my data value. That is the third term
Smallest
would be
and
my,
the greater.
yeah. So that would be 47. Okay. Similarly, if my NP is an integer, okay. So I would be taking an average of NP and NP plus 1. So basically, let's say if I have to calculate 50th percentile, okay. So that means what is my p value here?
50?
0.5.
Yes.
Okay. My n is 10,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
So my NP would be 50. Sorry, 5,
Yes.
right?
5.
So that,
Yes. Yes.
yeah, so it is an integer. So I would be taking the average of NP, that is 5, plus NP plus 1, that is 6, divided by 2. Okay. So my fifth term is, if you see, fifth term is 61 and sixth term is 66, right? So it would be 61
Yes.
plus 66 divided by 2, which is 63.5. So this is my 50th percentile or the middle value.
Okay. Yeah,
Okay.
makes
This is how,
sense. Yeah.
yeah, this is how you calculate the percentile.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So any more doubts in week 3?
Ma'am,
Ma'am,
repeat the percentile.
how to find the rank with the
Rank?
percentile? It is given there in the lecture on the PDF, rank or percentile, the separate formula for
Rank. You don't have to study that because it is not like for the exam point of view, you don't have to study rank. It's basically
Okay.
in Excel. So in Excel, they use the rank, the rank formula. But if you're calculating like
Okay,
on
I
a,
got it.
yeah,
Ma'am, for formula for outliers,
formula for outliers.
like Q1 minus 3 by 2 times of IQR.
I don't think so. They like in the
There are
lecture, there is no formula of outliers.
okay.
Okay then. So shall we proceed further now? Shall we go to week 4?
Ma'am,
Yes.
Ma'am,
can you teach about the teach again the constant of adding and multiplying constant?
I think for what? For which?
One second. For measure of wait a second. Adding and adding constant and multiplying constant
In what? Like mean,
for a standard
median,
deviation.
in standard deviation. Okay. So basically, if I add a constant in a standard deviation, my like it won't be affected. It won't get changed. Okay. It will remain as it is. But if you multiply the old standard deviation, the new standard deviation would be equal to the old standard deviation multiplied by that constant.
Okay. Thank you.
So shall we proceed further now? Or any other doubts?
No, no.
No, ma'am.
Ma'am,
Ma'am,
percentile.
please repeat this percentile part.
Percentile. See, I am having this data. Now I have to calculate the percentile. Let's say if I have to calculate 100 p percentile of a sample size. Okay, so there are two things. The first thing is like if my NP is not an integer. Okay, so basically like according to this data, my N is 10, correct? And if I have to calculate 25th percentile, okay, that means my p value is 0.25. So my NP is 2.5. Okay. So if it is not an integer, I would be taking a number which is like the greater than 2.5. That is the third. So the 25th percentile would be my third term, which is 47. Okay. Now, if my NP is an integer, I would be taking an average of NP and NP plus 1. So like if I'm calculating 50th percentile, my P is 0.5, N is 10. So my NP is 5, which is an integer. So the value would be the average of fifth and sixth term. That is 61 plus 62 divided by 66 divided by 2, which is 63.5. So this is my 50th percent.
Ma'am, in first case, if it comes out to be 2.25, then will we take 3 value again or 2?
Yeah, if it's not an integer, we would be taking the next value.
It's always rounding up, basically. I think, ma'am, the 100 percentile would be a special case, right? Because
Yeah, the 100% would be the last. That is the 79 would be my 100%, the last.
so you won't do the plus one there.
No, no, no.
Ma'am, can we do with a new fresh example?
Actually, let's see, let's see in the question, we will do some of the questions, then we will take an example from that. Okay?
Okay, ma'am.
Ma'am, when we have to find the NP in question, and range is given, right?
I mean, it's getting confused because in the PDF section they have written too much formula, so it gets confused which percentile formula to use.
I mean, when we have to find NP.
For the percentile only.
Yeah, whenever you want to do a percentile calculation, you have to find NP.
Okay. Now,
Yes, ma'am.
so is week 3 clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am, clear.
Okay. Now we have week 4. So in week 4, we are basically learning about association. Correct? So basically we have the first thing is we are studying about association between categorical data. Right? So the thing is for a categorical data, the first thing is we will make a contingency table. Right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So what do you mean by contingency table? It is a 2 by 2 table in which like we have one variable here, like gender we have, and then we have another which is owning a smartphone. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
In gender we have female, we have male, then here we have whether they are owning a smartphone or not owning a smartphone. Then we have column total, we have row total, right? So this was basically my contingency table, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Now, the next step was we were calculating the relative frequency, right? So what
Yes.
what is what is the formula of relative frequency?
Ref into mean.
Frequency divided by
Frequency into
the total frequency, right?
Total.
So in this relative frequency, we have two types of relative, which is the first one is row relative frequency, right? And the second one is
column.
relative frequency. Okay. Now, the row relative frequency is calculated as the value of that row is divided by the row total.
Sum of them.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So this is my row relative frequency. If I have to calculate column relative frequency, it would be the cell value of that column divided by that column's total.
Yes.
Correct? So this way we will calculate column relative frequency and row relative frequency. Now, the third thing is, if I have calculated the relative frequency, how will I know know the association between the two variables? So the thing is, there are two things. What are the things? The first one is, if my row relative frequency or column relative frequency are same for all the rows or the column, then we say that there is a anyone? If my row or column relative frequency are same,
There is no relation.
there is no association.
There is no correlation.
No association.
Associate.
Okay.
Association between the two.
Yeah, correct. If my row relative frequency and column relative frequency are different, then we say that there is an association between them. Okay. Is it fine?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now we have numerical data. If I have to calculate the association for a numerical data, the first thing is by graphically, I can associate the numerical data through scatter plot.
Yes.
Correct? So basically, my scatter plot is so here my x-axis would represent
Count.
Yes.
Ma'am, missed stacked bar chart.
Sorry.
You missed stacked bar chart, if I'm
Okay. Yeah. Stack bar chart is like it's normal. Like if you like you have a bar chart, right? Like if I'm having female and male. So basically the bar chart is simply we are showing the count, like the female and the male, right? So like if I say the female are 42 and my males are 56. So I am just showing simply the count, okay? But stack bar chart is basically we are dividing that bar into two segments. Okay. So if I have to show the number of females who own a smartphone and who don't own a smartphone. So I would be dividing the bar into two segments. Okay. So let's say this is the percentage of female who are not owning a smartphone, and this is the percentage who are owning a smartphone. Similarly, this is the percentage of male who are not owning a smartphone, and this is the percentage of male who are owning a smartphone. So this is basically my stack bar chart. And what is 100% stack bar chart? In which I am not considering the count. Here I'm considering the count, right? This is 44 and this is 56. So if I'm not considering a count, that means the height of the bars would be same for both of the variables. Okay, for female and male. And the thing is, just we are dividing that into two segments without considering the count. So this is why basically a 100% stack bar chart. Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, can I ask what is the difference between no association and a different association and association? Hmm.
No association in this. It means that,
Association you written.
yeah. So association in the sense like, if I'm taking an example, like if I have to calculate the association between gender and owning a smartphone. So basically, we are just researching about if like gender really what can we say, like affected, like owning a smartphone is really affected by the gender. We are doing that research. That means basically like if gender is really associated with owning a smartphone. So there is no association. That means like gender is not at all like owning a smartphone is not at all affected by the gender. But if we are calculating association between gender and owning a smartphone and the income level. Okay. So like owning a smartphone really depends upon the income level. If I'm having a high income level, that means I would be having a smartphone, right? The people would be owning a smartphone. But if I'm having a low income, that means like I won't be owning a smartphone, right? So that means there is an association, there is a relation between these two values, owning a smartphone and the income level. Got it?
Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
So shall we proceed further?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, for numerical data, the first thing is if we have to graphically show the association, we would be showing through scatter plot. Okay. So how is scatter plot made? Scatter plot, it contains two axes, x and y axis. Okay. So x axis is basically my explanatory variable.
Explanatory.
Okay. And y axis is basically my
Response variable.
Okay. Like I am having a data like age and height. Okay. So if I'm having 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is like 10, 20, 30, 40. So age is my
Explanatory.
explanatory variable and height is my y
Response
variable, right?
variable.
Response variable. So basically I'm having a data 1, 10. I'm having 2, 20, 3, 30, and 4, 40, right? So basically it would be the x-axis is concerning explanatory. So it would be 1, 2, 3, 4. Similarly here, 10, 20, 30, 40. So so the thing is the first value is 1, 10. So this would be my point. Then 2, 20. This would be my point. 3, 30, and 4, 40. So this is basically my scatter plot. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Now through scatter plot, how will I know the association? So the thing is, in a scatter plot, we measure describe the association through 4 things. The first thing is through direction.
Direction.
Okay. Whether it is going upward or downward. Correct? Now, the second thing is the curvature. Okay. Whether it's linear or it is having curve. Now, third is we are having variation, whether it is tightly clustered
Or scattered.
or scattered, like or variable. Okay. And the fourth part is
Outliers.
outliers. Okay. So these are the 4 things which describe the association through a scatter plot. The first thing is direction, upward or downward, whether it's linear or curve, whether the points are tightly clustered or it is scattered or variable, and if it's having an outlier or not. Fine? everybody knows like how these are represented, right? Upward, downward, curve, linear, right? I don't have to show that.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, this was graphically we are representing the association. Now we are representing numerically. So for numerically, we calculate covariance.
Summation and covariance.
Covariance. Okay. So covariance.
Summation of xi minus x dash.
So covariance between x comma y is represented as summation of xi minus x bar, yi minus y bar divided by
N.
n. Okay. So this is basically my
Population covariance.
population covariance. If I have to calculate sample covariance, it would be summation of xi minus x bar, yi minus y bar divided by n minus 1. Right? Okay. Now, the covariance, if I'm having a negative covariance, then we say that, what can we say?
Opposite.
Yeah, we say that if my x is increasing, my y would decrease.
Decrease.
They are going in opposite direction. Okay. Now, if my covariance is positive, then
Both have same direction.
both have same direction. Correct. Is covariance clear to everyone?
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. Now we have correlation. Okay, now tell me, I have calculated the covariance here. Now why we are calculating the correlation?
So units now.
Because of unit.
Because of unit.
Unit less. Yeah.
You can say unitless. Just hold a second.
Ma'am, are you talking?
No, I think she just paused for a while. Yeah.
I thought my network.
Hello?
Yes,
Hello?
ma'am.
Yeah. Okay. Now we are calculating correlation. So what is basically a correlation?
It's unitless
It is
and
a
it will be
unitless.
relation
Linear
between x.
association between two numerical variables.
Correct. So it basically shows the strength and the direction of the data.
Yes, ma'am.
Right? Now, how we calculate it? It is represented by R, which is equal to covariance of x comma y divided by
upon
standard deviation.
Standard deviation of x into standard deviation of y.
Yeah. Okay. So you can write it as summation of xi minus x bar, yi minus y bar divided by square root of
sigma xi minus x bar whole square, root of sigma yi minus y bar whole square.
N got cancelled. Ma'am, N got cancelled now.
Yeah, n will get cancelled. Okay. Now, my correlation, the range of correlation is from -1
to 1.
So if my value, the correlation value is near to 1, we say that it is a strong positive correlation.
Strong positive deviation.
Yeah. If it's near to -1, we say that
weak.
Negative is
or
strong
no
association.
No association.
What?
-1 is strong negative.
Yeah. No, somebody said no association.
Yeah.
That's
Is it
called
not?
0 to 1.
That's like no association is when the value is near to 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Now we have R square. What is R square? Basically, if we are representing the association through an equation of line, so we calculate the R square value. Okay. The R square is basically the best fit line.
Ma'am, just to recap, -1, closer to -1 and closer to 1 is strong association, is it?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I think I can say R square is a square of correlation.
Sorry, can you repeat?
Can I say R square is equal to correlation?
R square is equal to?
मतलब mean just this is R square means just this is a square of correlation. Nothing more.
The voice is not clear. Anybody can tell me what he's saying?
Ma'am,
No,
he's asking,
not clear.
is R square is equal to the square of the correlation?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
Okay. Yeah. So, okay. So it is a best fit line. That means, like, if I have to describe my association through an equation of line, it would be y is equals to mx plus c, where my y is response variable, m is the slope, x is the explanatory variable, and c is the intercept. So if my slope is negative, we say that it is a negative correlation, like negative association. If I'm having a positive value, that means we're having a positive association. Correct? So through an equation of line also, we can like calculate the association between two variables. Okay?
Ma'am, from
Okay, now.
negative side is it is strong, positive side weak.
Sorry?
Uh, Towards negative, it's weak or strong correlation.
No, negative in the sense, like my slope is negative. That means it is going downwards. So if my value of x is increasing, then if my value is x is increasing, that means my value of y is decreasing. It's just showing the direction of the slope.
No,
Okay?
it's
But
strongly negative, strongly positive. It's like that.
yeah, if we calculate the R square value, okay? So basically my range of R square is going from 0 to 1, right? So in the
Yes.
sense, like if my value is near to 1, that means it is a best fit line. So it is correctly representing my data. Okay?
Okay.
And if it's near to 0, that means it is showing some variability in that. So it is basically not the best fit line.
Okay, and ma'am, above you written -1 to 1
That's correlation. The
correlation.
range of correlation. This
That's
is
what
the
I'm
range of,
asking.
yeah, this is the range of
Towards
correlation.
-1, it is
It's
strongly
strong,
negative
weak,
or
strong negative, and this is strong positive. Okay.
okay.
And the last thing is, if I'm having
Ma'am, can you explain what is scatter plot?
sorry,
Scatter plot.
scatter plot.
Yeah, scatter plot.
What in that? Where? This one?
Yes, ma'am. Yes. I have a question.
What is your question?
Ma'am, this is just nothing A, B, C, and find the scatter plot.
You are
Here
not,
is a region.
you are not clear to me actually. Is it clear to everyone? Like I'm not.
No,
No,
not
he
clear.
No, ma'am,
his
he is
mic
not
his mic is
clear.
low.
No. Can you?
You can chat, bro.
Okay then. Then we have the last thing.
Point by serial.
Yeah.
I have confused you. Does we have to solve by the point by formula? if they haven't given the value of,
Sorry, what?
I was saying that if they have given a table and we have to find the point by serial, and it's a long process to solve it,
Yeah.
does they will give us that type of question or not?
No, no.
Then keep open source.
Okay.
He shared the file and question.
Okay. Let me just, this is the last topic. Let me just,
Okay.
yeah, then we will come to your doubt. Okay. This is the last thing. Okay. So now here comes point by serial correlation coefficient. It is basically used when we have one categorical data and one numerical data. Okay. And the formula is given as RPB, which is equal to x bar naught minus x bar 1 divided by the standard deviation of x into under root of p naught and p1. Okay. So my x bar naught is like if I'm having a categorical data, right? So I'm having two values, like the categories are like gender, male and female. So I'm representing my male as x0. Okay. And I'm coding female as 1. So x bar naught is basically the mean of male genders. Okay. And x bar 1 is the mean of female. Getting my point?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Then
Yes, ma'am.
standard deviation of x is basically standard deviation. Then p naught is the proportion of people who are male, and p1 is the proportion of people who are female.
And standard deviation
How
is
did
both combined, right? Male and female.
Yeah, combined.
how
One second. Portion is also, is it like the relative frequency of the total? Is it like that?
Yeah, standard deviation like summation of xi minus under root of summation of xi minus x bar whole square divided by n minus 1.
Ma'am,
Excuse me, ma'am.
Could you solve it with the numbers?
Sorry?
Could you take an example with numbers, ma'am? Like, it's a bit confusing. So,
Okay, so
what is proportion P and P
Oh,
naught?
wait,
P1,
wait,
P
guys.
naught.
First, let ma'am explain this, then ma'am will take it out.
see, let's here we have the data here. Can you see my screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Right? So I'm having this is my categorical data, like the students who are passed and who are failed. Okay. And this is the number, these are the number of hours they have studied. Okay. Now I have to calculate the point by serial correlation coefficient. It is x bar naught minus x bar 1 divided by standard deviation of x. Now I am denoting 0 for the students who are getting failed. Okay. And I'm denoting 1 the students who are getting passed. Okay. Now I have to calculate x bar naught. X bar naught would be my mean of the students who are getting failed. So it would be 4 plus 3 plus 5 divided by 3. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Okay. Similarly, my x bar 1 would be the mean of the students who are getting passed. That is 8.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
Now, standard deviation of x is basically like I am calculating the standard deviation of these values. Summation of xi minus x bar square divided by n.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? Now, P naught is the proportion of students who are getting failed, right? So basically, out of 6 people, 3 are getting failed. So it would be 3 by 6. Similarly, P1 would be out of 6, 3 students are getting passed. So it would be 3 by 6. So this is my P1 and P naught. Got it?
Ma'am, so to find the standard deviation, which x bar did we take, x0 or x1?
Both.
To find standard deviation.
Yeah, both.
But in formula, like we can just use 1, right? Sigma xi minus x bar.
Divided by n. Yeah.
It should be n minus 1, right?
The n is the population one or the sample one, n or n minus 1?
If
Hello.
If it's a sample, then we will calculate the sample standard deviation. Like it would be like in the question only, it would be
They will explicitly
yeah,
mention it, right?
yeah, it will be mentioned like.
Ma'am,
But basically, the values would be given. Like if it's a sample, like if I'm taking a sample, I would be calculating the sample standard deviation. If I'm having a population, then I would be calculating the population sample standard. So basically, the question only it would be mentioned, like what you have to calculate. So
Yeah,
don't worry
yeah,
about
yeah.
that. Yeah.
ma'am,
Yeah.
the mean which we are going to calculate is from the mean of all the data, like 8, 7, 9, 1, 3, 5. Is it like that?
Yes, yes. Now is it clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Everyone?
Yes,
Uh,
ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, what is proportion P naught and P1?
Proportion in the sense like P naught is basically the number of students who have failed. Okay. So in total, like from the total of 6 students, the number of students who have failed are 3, right? So it is 3 by 6. So this is a
Yeah.
proportion. Similarly, P1 is the number of students
Okay, I
who
got
have,
it.
yeah. Now is it fine to everyone?
Yes.
Week 3 and week 4 is clear to everyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
And
ma'am.
X naught and X1 is the
From
mean of how many fail and pass.
Yes.
Okay.
from the scatter plot, how do we conclude there is association or no association?
Like through the direction, if it's going upward, then that means like the values, like it's a positive association. That means if my values of x is increasing, my values of y are also increasing. If it's downward, then it's negative association. Curvature, like it's if it's linear or curve, and variation is like if my plot, like the values are tightly clustered or it is showing any variable. So from that only you can tell the association between that between two variables.
Okay.
Okay.
Ma'am,
Yes.
ma'am, can you please tell the association in the contingency table?
Contingency table, the row and column relative frequency.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so right, let's say, okay, so basically, if I see here, this is my row relative frequency. I've calculated row relative frequency for this example, right? So if we see here, my for this is my column total. So it's basically 76% for who are owning a owning a smartphone, and 24% who are not owning a smartphone, right? So this is my ratio, like 77%, 22%, 23%, 75%, 25%, right? So basically we see that all the values are for each row, they are same, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
So that means my row relative frequency for all the rows are same. That means there is no association. But if there is a difference, like if you see here, right, it is 90, 10, 59, 40, 35, 64, 62%, and 38%, right? So basically, like for each row, the values are different, right?
Yes, ma'am.
If you
Yes,
see.
ma'am.
So that means there is an association between them. So this way you can know whether there is an association or not through contingency table.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
So is the thing clear to everyone? Week 3 and week
Yes,
4?
ma'am.
Totally. So can we do some questions?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. So I need answers from everyone. Okay. Everybody has to solve the questions. Okay. So take your time. This is your first question and tell me the answer for the question 6. Okay.
The answer is here. Should we tell it?
Yes, what is the answer?
400.
40. Everyone?
45.
Oh,
Sorry.
sorry.
Everybody is getting the answer? 40?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. 40.
Yes, ma'am.
Good. Now solve
I'm
this.
getting 45.
How?
Total observation divide like 250 divided by 10 is equal to 25, and then 25 multiplied by 2, 50 minus 5, it's 40, 45.
First you'll subtract, then you double it.
It is written that
Oh,
after
okay. Oh, okay.
subtracting 5, then you double it. Okay?
Oh, okay. Makes sense. Thank you.
Now the second question.
Ma'am, could you show the options? Ma'am, option C.
Everyone?
Option C, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Option.
Everybody is having like getting the answer?
Ma'am, please wait.
Okay.
Yeah, please wait.
Ma'am, can you solve the question which is in chat and scatter plot?
Which one? Okay. So what's your doubt in this question actually?
In chat, ma'am, scatter plot.
First, the scatter plot, right? You're asking about scatter plot.
Yes, scatter plot question which is in chat.
Yeah. So what is the doubt? Like you have the figure. What is the question?
Ma'am, there is question.
Where is the question?
Yes, ma'am. And there is option given which is greater larger, I think. I'll upload the options.
Let's see the options. Okay. So what are the options? Can you tell me?
Yes, ma'am, I'm checking and uploading.
So has everyone solved the question or solving?
Yes.
Solved.
Everybody solved it? Has everyone solved the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes,
Everybody
ma'am.
got the answer for question 7? So it's
Yes,
the
ma'am.
answer is C?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Yes,
good. Now the next question. So basically in this question,
What is the answer, ma'am?
Which question?
Question number 6.
6, it's 40.
Ma'am, 9th question, C option.
Yes.
Everyone?
Not yet solved.
Sorry?
Not yet solved, ma'am. 1
Okay,
minute.
yeah, it's all. Yeah. So basically, I was telling that in this question, it is like they have written in a formula format, right? Summation of xi minus x bar square. But sometimes in the question paper, we it is written in a statement form. So you have to make sure, like you have to read it very carefully what the statement states. Okay?
Ma'am, could you explain it once again what you need to tell?
Yeah, see, this here, if you see, this is the formula, right?
Yes, ma'am.
This is just a formula. But sometimes in the question, they give us in the statement form. That means like this can be stated as the sum of sum of square of deviation from its mean. The value of sum of square of deviation from mean is 8. And sum of observation is given as 20. So this whole formula can be converted into a statement form. They can give in that way also. So you have to be careful. You have to like read the question very carefully. Okay?
Okay. Like the formula which is expressed would be in the statement form.
Statement form, correct.
Like x bar is okay, yeah. Understood.
Yeah. So this can be stated as sum of square of deviation from its mean.
Yeah. So what is answer of 7th question, ma'am?
C.
C? Okay.
Do you have a session after 8?
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, so yeah, just try to complete it.
Ma'am, is it C? Option C, 9th.
Everyone?
Yes,
ma'am. Option C.
Option C. Good. Okay. So shall we proceed further?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, I asked one question in the chat box.
Okay, everybody solve the next question. Who asked the question? Okay.
Bodhi.
Just a second. Okay, so basically in this question, like you have been given the number of accidents and the frequency. Okay, so n is the see the number of accident is like 0. That the first day we didn't had any accidents. The second day we had one. In the second day we had like 1 accident. Then in the third we had 2 accidents, like that, right? So n
What
is
does the frequency means?
So frequency there means that for 0, there were no accidents on 10 days.
Yeah, like that.
Okay. First 10 days there was no accident. For the next 4
No,
days.
not first 10 days. Totally in 10 days, there were no accidents, I think.
Excuse me, ma'am. Could you please solve it?
Which one?
Number 9.
Yeah, question number.
Price below which 25% of the t-shirts form. So first of all, you have to arrange the data in an ascending order. Correct?
Okay. When they're asking for 9th to solve.
9th one. Okay. Consider. Okay. Find the mean. Mean is basically summation of xi divided by n. So it would be 20 divided by 5, 50.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. 20 upon 50.
Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am.
So x bar would be 20 upon 50, which is 0.4. Okay. Then we have to calculate this population standard deviation, which is sigma. That is under root of summation of xi minus x bar whole square, which is 8 divided by n minus 1. That is 49, right?
0.4 is that.
Oh, sorry, it would be 50 only. Population standard deviation. Right? So this would be summation of xi minus x bar whole square divided by n. That is 8 upon 50. If you calculate this value, you will get 0.4. Got it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
A, B, ma'am. Next question. Third question.
A and B. Everyone?
Yes, ma'am, it's A
Yes.
and B.
Yes,
Yes,
ma'am.
yes, ma'am.
Good.
Ma'am, I'm having a small doubt about the third
Ma'am,
question.
in small above, yes, ma'am, doubt in above question you solved.
Sorry.
Ma'am, this question you solved, there is doubt. She's pulled on.
What's your doubt?
Ma'am, the 50 you take, right?
50?
And please scroll down.
Down. Okay.
Above, I say. Up, up, up. More.
Scroll up, scroll up.
Here, here, here. So you find standard deviation, right? We got a mean 8 and 50.
Sorry.
Ma'am, this, can you repeat this?
See, basically my standard deviation. Okay. What is the formula of standard deviation? It is square root of summation of xi minus x bar whole square divided by n.
Yes.
So my summation of xi minus x bar whole square, this is the value.
Okay, okay. And it's 50. And for ma'am, there's 20 given, right? Say.
Yeah. So this is this. So x bar is summation of xi divided by n, right? So summation of xi is 20 divided by 50.
For
Fine.
mean.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Easiest one.
Sorry. Okay. So everybody has solved this question?
Ma'am, about the third question, I'm having a small query.
Okay.
Like 25% means, like, should we think as where the 25% of the total value has, or like I could solve it, but I'm thinking in a different way where if the prices are concentrated on a higher side more than 25%.
See, 25%, it is asking price below which 25% of the t-shirts fall.
Yes. What?
So it's the
Okay, I understood. Okay, yeah. Never mind. You can skip it. My doubt was thinking about.
so is it clear now or you're asking? Okay.
No issue.
My doubt.
Continue,
Yeah,
ma'am.
your doubt. Let me just okay. So till then, just please solve this question.
Ma'am,
Mhm.
ma'am, what is the answer of 13th one?
This one,
Yes, ma'am.
what you got?
Ma'am, I just wanted to check.
Yeah. So what are your answers? I'm asking.
Ma'am, it is the measure of Q1 and I'm getting 200.
It's correct.
Correct.
Okay, ma'am.
Okay. Till then, please solve the next question. So in this question, like Rakshita, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. No, sorry, Kothai, I think.
Okay,
She
yes.
asked. Yeah. So you are asking about frequency, right?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. Okay, so basically, see, the frequency is the number of days actually.
Okay.
Yeah, so for 10 days there was no accident. For 4 days, like in 4 days we had only one accident. For 3 days we had two accidents. For 4 days we had three accidents, like that.
Okay.
Where is it the accident question in?
Which activity question is it?
You were telling about accident question. Where it is? You have not
No,
shown it in.
it's like what I asked. So just ask.
It is in the chat box.
Okay, okay, okay.
Ma'am, option A and D.
Option B and C. I'm betting.
No, ma'am.
Ma'am, it's option B and C.
It's only C.
I think
B and
C.
C.
Option C is correct, ma'am.
I think B.
So
Why
basically
not
the
B,
answer
ma'am?
is B and C.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, could you repeat the answer?
Because the upper median of the upper half is 625.
Ma'am, can you please explain this question?
Yes, ma'am. Can you
Ma'am,
please
how B?
explain?
Because we are subtracting from 550 200. We are subtracting. Then how we can correct?
Ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. So how many of you got the answer, like B and C?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, the doubt session is over, so can I leave? Because I have to go.
Sorry,
The revision session is over, so can I leave?
you don't have to solve the questions.
Ma'am, because I have to go somewhere.
Okay,
I've
it's fine.
solved it.
Yeah, fine. Okay. So basically in this question, okay. So we have to calculate the price of t-shirt that separates the price of the t-shirt that separates the price of highest 25% of the data from the lower 75%. Okay. So basically we are calculating the measure of quartile, like quartile 3 only.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Yes,
Now,
ma'am.
what is that value? Like, okay,
625.
625. And what is quartile 1?
200.
Right? So if you
200, ma'am.
yeah, so if you subtract so basically it is a measure of quartile 3. So what is the value of quartile 3 here? It's just that.
550.
Ma'am, it's 500.
It's 550.
550, sorry.
It's
550.
550 minus
Yeah.
200.
No, not minus 200. See, the statement states that the price of the t-shirt that separates the price of the highest 25% from the lower 75%. So basically it is a quartile 3.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, right.
And the value of quartile 3 is 550. So option B and C are correct.
Also, it could be the value of quartile 2 because
Sorry.
Q1 because
How it is a measure of Q3 because it is coming under 75%.
No. See, my data is divided into 4 parts, right? So this is basically quartile 1, quartile 2, and quartile 3. So if you see here, like greater than quartile 3, it's like 25%. Okay. And from here, it is 75%. So basically, quartile 3 is 75 percentile. Quartile 2 is median, that is 50 percentile, and quartile 1 is 25%. Okay. So here, 75 percentile means like 75% of my data is lower. than this value. Okay. And 25% of the data is greater than this value. Getting my point? So it is saying that price of the
Yes.
t-shirt that separates the price of highest 25% of the data, that means this data, from the lower 75% of the data, that means these data. So basically this is quartile 3. Got my point?
They were asking about
Yes, ma'am.
highest 25%, but not lowest.
Ma'am, the answer could be anything between first quartile to third quartile.
No, we are not, it is not asking any difference. It is just simply asking quartile 3. It is basically the definition
Ma'am,
of quartile 3 only. Just
ma'am,
don't get confused.
in
Just read
place
the
of highest, in place of highest, if lowest return, then the answer will come, I think, 350. Am I right?
price of the lowest 25% of the data.
Lowest 25% of data.
Lowest 25% of the data from the lowest 75% of the data.
I have a doubt.
Yeah, then we
When
will subtract 200. Am I right, ma'am?
ma- hello,
Hello. Yeah, tell me.
No, it's not subscribe this, but I can say and it could be answer of first quartile to third quartile because it's greater than to first quartile and lower to third quartile. Then I can say
Sorry, so sorry. You are not even, I'm not able to understand you. Can anybody tell me what he has said?
Bro, just
Can you
type your
tell me,
doubt in
ma'am,
chat.
am I right? If in place of highest, if I return the lowest.
So what is your whole statement? Can you just tell me that?
Yeah, I'm saying price of t-shirt, that separate price of lowest 25% of data from lower 75%.
Yeah. So what do you, the lowest 75? Lowest 75.
Ma'am, will you upload this PDF in chat after the completion?
Yeah, yeah.
Ma'am, also in this 14th question, it says we have to get price of that t-shirt, right? So answer should be B, 550 rupees, right? Instead of it is a measure of quarter 3.
Yeah, that's why the answer is B and C.
Oh, okay.
Mono, right?
Okay.
So how will you calculate, like, how is it quartile? It's, it is
Yeah,
not
then we will
quartile.
subtract them because they are asking about, no, we can't. Yeah, we can't subtract from lower. Okay, clear, ma'am.
Okay, now solve this last question and we will end the section. Okay.
option B is correct and option C is correct. And
Sorry.
median is 43.5 is correct.
Okay.
ma'am, how to calculate C option?
Ma'am, excuse me, I had one doubt.
The range of the data is
C is like you have to calculate the 25th percentile. So first, uh, arrange the data and so it would be
option 1, 2 is correct of 8.
B and C option.
B and C option. Yeah, B and C option are correct.
Also, the range of the dataset is 149 is correct.
How? Like, what is the maximum value?
Maximum value is 194 minus 20. No.
Ma'am, range is 177.
Could you please repeat how to get answer for C option?
So have you first arranged the data? So like to arrange, so it would be 28, like 23, 28, then 42, 45, and 190, correct? Sorry, then here
Yes,
would be
ma'am.
95. Okay, 95 and then 195. Now you have to calculate the 25th percentile, right? So how many values are there? 1, 5, 6. Okay, so basically you have to calculate. So that will be 5. So which is NT. N is 6 into T is 0.25. That is
Ma'am, what is NP?
1.5.
1.5. So
Yes.
that is, so
Round
it
up
is
to
not
2.
an integer. So we will be taking the second value, which is 28.
Hello, ma'am. Excuse me.
Yes. Yes. Yeah, what's your doubt?
Yes, ma'am. What is NP?
NP, it's a value. You have to calculate this value. N is like the number of observation and P is the percentile. Okay.
Ma'am,
So
actually, I had two doubts. Actually, I have forgotten means I don't know the formula of quartile range and percentile. Please, could you explain?
see, if you have to calculate, see, basically you have to calculate 25th percentile. Okay. So there are two things. The thing is, you have to calculate NP. Okay. So if my NP is not an integer, like here it's, see, my NP is, if my NP is not an integer, I would be taking a value greater than, if my NP is 2.5, it is not an integer. So I would be taking a value greater than this, which is third. That means my value would be my third term. Okay. Similarly, if my NP is an integer, I would be taking an average of NP and NP plus 1. Okay. So if my P is 0.5 and N is 10, my NP is 50. So basically I would be taking, not 55. So I would be taking average of 5 and 6, fifth term and sixth term. So it is 61 plus 66 divided by 2, which is 63.5. Okay. So this way you have to calculate the percentile. So here we have calculate 25th percentile, right? So my P value is 0.25.
Ma'am,
My
pardon, could you please repeat?
which the formula. Okay, so see, this is my data. Okay, I have to calculate my 100p. If I have to calculate the 100p percentile for an n observation, so that there are two conditions. Okay, the first condition is NP. Okay, if my NP is not an integer, so what is the value of n here?
The value of n is 10.
And what is the value if I have to calculate 25th percentile? So what is the value of P?
The value of P is 100.
0.25.
I have to calculate 25th percentile. So the value of P would be 0.25.
Yes.
Okay. Now I will multiply this value. I will get 2.5. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now this is not an integer. So I would be taking a number which is greater than this, which is 3.
Yes.
So that means my third term would be my 25th percentile, which is according to the data 47.
Okay.
Okay. The second
Yes.
condition is if it is an integer, I would be taking an average of NP and NP plus 1.
Okay.
Okay. So which is like if I got NP as 5, so my 50th percentile would be fifth, the average of fifth and sixth term.
Fifth and sixth by 2.
Clear?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes.
I did get that PDF.
Sorry.
I get this PDF.
Yeah, we will share this PDF.
Ma'am, excuse me. I had one more doubt in quartile range. I don't know about quartile range.
Interquartile range.
Yes, ma'am.
It is basically a difference between quartile 3 and quartile 1. That is 75 percentile minus 25th percentile.
This is the third quartile, means 25% minus 25% first quartile. Nothing more. Please explain the question and please explain my doubt. Always I sent in the chat box. Please explain.
You are shared in the chat box.
Yeah, yeah. Please.
Okay, this is the activity question. You have a doubt in this activity question, median and mode.
Yeah.
Okay, okay, just a second. We will come back to this. Other than any other doubts? Anyone?
Yes, ma'am.
Ma'am, one question
Already I sent in the chat box.
from third week, fifth assignment.
Okay, I will come back to the assignment. I'm just asking like if you are having any doubts in these questions or in the theory
No,
part.
ma'am.
Okay, so
Ma'am, actually, I am having one doubt.
what's your doubt?
Ma'am, about quartile range. If you could explain,
Quartile
it would be
range?
very nice of you. Quartile range, I don't know.
Interquartile range, right? I told you it's the difference between quartile 3 and quartile 1. So
Ma'am,
you have to
means actually I was asking what are quartile 1, quartile 2, quartile 3?
quartiles are, see, basically quartile is like we are separating the data into 4 parts. Okay.
Okay.
So quartile 1, quartile 2, and quartile. Have you joined the class, right?
Ma'am, today I was having technical issues. I was trying to join, then also I was not able to join.
So basically, quartiles are that we are dividing the data into 4 parts. Quartile 1, 2, and 3. Quartile 1 is 25th percentile. Quartile 2 is the median, or we say the 50th
Median or
percentile.
50,
And quartile 3 is 75th
75
percentile.
percentile.
Yeah. And interquartile range is the difference between the quartile 3 and quartile 1.
Okay.
Okay. This is quartile.
We have always, when we are selecting 25 percentile, we have to always select the last highest number in 25th percentile or 50 percentile, or first number also we can select. Means the smallest number is also we can select.
No.
If I have 1, 2, and 3 in 25 percentile, so I have to always select 3, or I can select 2 as well.
It's
You will be calculating the value, like I have calculated 25 percentile like here. So it is like 47. 58 percentile is 63.5. So according to the data and formula, you will calculate. You got my point, or is it clear?
I actually couldn't get it. Please once again can you repeat?
No, I'm just like I couldn't understand her doubt. So basically, I just told that according to the data, you have to calculate through formula. So like
No,
here
ma'am. What I'm trying to ask that if we have under 25 percentile, number 1 and 2 and 3. So what is the correct most? Means 3, 2, or 1? The answer.
2.5. 25% is 1.5 because first observation, or this is just our minimum, not max or not first quartile. Okay,
Yeah, so
understood
if
what
it's
I
like one, so it would be two, yeah, second.
just took the example of 1, 2, 3. Please explain on this on this base. Okay,
Like if I have calculated here, like in this question only, if I have calculated 25%, so I had six number of data. Yeah, there are six number of observations, right? So the 25th percentile here I got as the second term, right? So if I had like one, two, or three, so it depends upon the number of observation that you have. Okay, so you getting my point?
you can speak in Hindi and you can understood and you can say anything in Hindi. Okay, if you are not comfortable, if you see whatever. Okay,
Mm.
hello.
Yeah, I couldn't like I'm not getting your point. Like your voice is very really
This is not my doubt now.
okay now okay solve your doubts.
My doubt in the chat box, please see.
Okay, so the thing is 10 liter. Let's take this. So what is the interpreting range? So first of all, have you arranged them in the ascending order? I am asking what is 10 and leaf.
Yeah, ma'am. Yeah, yeah.
Yes. So what is the quartile one?
What is the quartile one? I think I'm not calculating right now, but I think I can say 53 maybe. Why I'm not including the stem 7? Just I have a doubt in this.
Why you're not including what?
7, stem 7.
7. See,
Right.
in leaf you don't have any value actually, so it won't be included. Okay. See, like stem and leaf is like we are dividing the observation in two parts, right? We have tens digit and ones digit. So here, like the stem is actually my tens digit, right? And leaf is my the ones digit. So my stem is like 7. So what is my ones digit? It's nothing. So basically 7 is nothing. So if
Why 7 is nothing? I can say the 7 is just, I think 7 is just mean.
7 is 7 is just. So basically, like if in the leaf part it was 0, then it would have been 70. Like in other we say like in 8 we have 0, 1, 3, 9, 9. So it can be 80, 81, 83, 89, 89 like that. So in, like ninth also we have 90, right? So if it is stated in leaf, then that number is included. If there is no number in leaf part, we will not include that number. That's it.
But I can assume that this is a below 10 and I can include the, for this way. Because 7 is just a number, this is also this is a number, so that I want to include this. But here I think 7 is not including by
Yeah,
itself.
7 is
Why?
not included.
But why,
See,
ma'am? Because this is also this is a number.
no,
I
no,
know
no.
this is
See,
okay.
like in your doubt only, it is stating that like if your rating is 64, so we are dividing it by 6/4, correct?
Right, ma'am. Right.
Right? Now, like I am dividing 7 slash nothing. In my leaf part, it is nothing. That means like there is no ones digit. If I don't have any ones digit, can you like write a number with tens digit?
So I think
Can you?
then I'm not really- okay. Leave it. Please explain the scatter plot. scatter plot. I
Yeah,
think
what's the
perturbability depend on the slope, I can say.
yeah slope? So basically, the first one, like the A is like positive slope, B is negative, C is little like variability is there,
Ma'am,
like that.
actually, I'm uh, not able to get the discussion. Ma'am, could you repeat what he asked and what you explained?
Which one?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one?
What he was asking actually.
Uh, Stem and leaf.
Yes, ma'am.
He, he was asking about some stem and leaf. Now he's asking about scatter plot. So, which discussion you want to know?
Ma'am, the last one.
Scatter plot, right?
Ma'am.
Yeah, I'm explaining that. So, okay. So, what's your doubt in this?
No, ma'am. I think please explain C and D. C and D.
C and D.
I know it's depend on the slope, and I
No,
think
what's the question? Can you just send me the question?
just I have a doubt in question and nothing more. Because I
Yeah, so
think
what's your doubt?
this is a written in ascending order. Then B, C, I think B, C, and D, then A.
Yeah, so basically, see, here it is tightly clustered and all. So that means it is like strong positive correlation. Like in A part, the plots are tightly clustered, okay, and it is in positive direction. So that means like this is close to one, like near to one. We can say that. B is like negative, okay, and it's tightly clustered. So we say it is closely to -1. Now, like for the C part, the points are little scattered or variability is there. Okay, so that means we can say that like it is not close to one, but like not that strong. Okay, similarly, my D is not no, like sorry, C is like negative. Okay, and D is positive. Like it is not that strong positive, like average, medium positive. You can say that weak positive. You can say that.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
And explain me more detail.
Okay.
Content support the jersey of 45 players. Please explain.
Have you seen the video solution of this?
No.
Okay, so just see the video solution, and if then you have doubt, you can ask. Okay, like
Ma'am, excuse me, where we can get the video solution of this one?
in the supplementary content.
Okay,
So
ma'am.
if you're having any doubts in activity questions or practice assignment, just see the video
Here
solutions.
is the option. I think here is telling here why not is more Excel is why not. I can say Excel is more here.
Excel is more here.
Because according to myself, then I can assume here is so many people. 43 people belongs to the Excel. Taking the Excel, then I can say why not? But in the option not given, Excel is a mode.
See, if you're calculating mode or median, so first of all, you will arrange the data, right?
Right, right.
Right. So if you're calculating median, so the first one comes the small size, then medium, large, and XL, right?
Yes. Then median is a M and a L. I can understand. But mode, what about mode?
What about
Mode.
mode?
Yes. Yeah, ma'am.
Okay, so there's a similar position which Joseph only order. So basically, uh, so mode can be two, medium or yeah. So mode can be two of them. Like the size M can be the mode of the size of the jersey, or size S can be the mode. So two can be mode. Like M can be the mode or S can be the mode. So both options are
But
correct.
why? Why not Excel?
Why not Excel?
Yes. I know this is not given in option, but I'm
Yeah.
asking.
So Excel can be, yeah, Excel can also be a mode, but just they didn't give, so it's not in the option.
Then I think then I can say X, XL, L, M, S. Everything is
Yeah,
mode.
Excel can be the mode, or large can be the mode, medium can be mode, small can be mode. Yeah, you can say that.
Just okay, okay, cool. Understood. I got it. And one more doubt of other question, like who is Kothai Raghavan?
What?
I have no doubt.
Okay, is the
One.
doubt clear to everyone?
Ma'am, I had one more doubt actually.
Yeah, what's your doubt?
Ma'am, what are percentiles actually? Ma'am, difference between percentage and percentile.
Percentages like percent, 75%,
That I
25%.
know.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am.
Percentile is like if the like I have to calculate 25th percentile. 25th percentile means like 25% of my data is lower than that value. If I'm like in any exam, like suppose like in any exam we have like that person got 95th percentile. That means 95% of the students are like under him, like that. So that's the percentile.
Okay, okay. Suppose if 95 students are under him, that means 95 percentile is the highest in that case.
Hmm.
And if it is lowest, then 95 percent students are above him, actually.
If it's 25, then 75% of the people are above him and 25% of the people are under him.
Under him. And if 25% is the highest, then the 25 percentile is the highest.
25% is the highest.
No, bro, percentile is just compare. If you are comparing to 50% people, then I will get the number of 50 people, then it means 30 people is below and 10 people is above. And your marks is just 40 marks, right? That's nothing more. It means percentile is a compare and percentage is a not compare. This is just your marks. Just I'm
Okay,
taking your exam. Okay, this is nothing. Just compare. You can say this is a compare to other person.
okay, okay. Understood. Thanks, bro. I understood.
Okay. Okay then. So
Ma'am,
now
please
it's
explain one question. One more
okay.
question.
Yeah,
You
what's
can
your
see in the you can see in the chat box. Kothai Raghavan is candidate this week. Hello, Kothai Raghavan. Are you available?
which 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 question?
Actually, the number of accident frequency.
Okay, number of accidents. What's your doubt in that?
You can solve this question. I'm not understanding this question. So that's fine. We were just asking B plus N. So that plan this question and you can solve. Also, if you want to solve this question, then you please solve. It's my pleasure.
You need me to solve the question. You're saying that.
Yeah, if you are interested to solve, if you are comfortable to solve this question right now, then if not, then please tell and explain and leave it.
Second, let me see.
Ma'am, excuse me. These questions from where I can get.
These are activity questions.
Yes, ma'am.
These are activity questions.
Activity questions.
Hmm.
Oh, then my bad. Sorry.
Okay, so the first of all is like you have been given the average number of accidents, right? Which is 1.6. So first of all, you will calculate the average. How will you calculate the average? It would be summation of Fi xi divided by n, correct?
Yeah.
Hmm? So if you put that like in the chat only, it's written, I guess. Yeah, it's 2b plus 30, right? So if you put that value equal to 1.6, you will get the value of b as 9, right? Yeah. Mhm. Got you got my point? Hello. Hello.
Yeah, ma'am.
Yeah. So I'm asking like you understood how to calculate the value of b?
I think frequency upon x into x upon x, and frequency is here. Frequency is 10 for b for 1. Yes, this is correct.
Yeah. So like it would be summation of fix. So fi into xi, right? So xi are the number of accidents and fi is the frequency. So it would be 0 into 10 plus 1 into 4 plus 10, 2 into b plus 3 into 4 like that. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So it would divided by the total number of frequency, which is b plus 21, right? So if you put that value equal to 1.6, you will get the value of b, which is 9.
Yeah.
Okay. Now,
Yeah,
n is the number of days, right? So the frequency that we have been given is the number of days. So if you just calculate all the values by putting the value of b, you will get 30 as the value of n. Okay. Yeah. So yeah. So b plus n would be 30 plus 9, which is 39.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So you understood now?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Okay. Okay then. So anything else?
No, ma'am, no. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So all the best for the exam. Yeah.
Okay.
So just prepare very well. Okay then.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Okay. Okay, ma'am.
Okay.
Bye.
Shall we end the meet?
Ma'am, excuse me.
Yes.
Ma'am, actually, apart from this concept, I had one doubt, actually,
Yeah. What's your
for the
doubt?
exam.
Yeah. Tell me.
Ma'am, actually, since 1 month I had having typhoid, so I couldn't be able to properly see the lectures. The few weeks lectures about week 3 and 4 are left for me to
Okay.
see. So for
Okay.
me, any tips? Could you please advise or guide me?
Uh,
It would be
you have
great favor
attended.
from you.
No, you have attended this today's session. Like it was week 3 and week 4 only. So
Okay.
yeah, just see
Means
the
other subjects also I will just if I attend just revision sessions,
yeah
then it
it's
will be okay.
yeah it's fine. Like but you have to solve the questions. Like if you have solved the activity questions, the graded assignment and all, that would be like good for you.
Means any last moment advice which you would give.
Student advice is
According to you, bro, you can go and you can solve the previous week's question. I think this is a good advice.
Bro, I can't get you. Please, could you be loud?
Wait.
if you get any previous year questions, just solve that, or like you can go through the basically week 3 and week 4 is basically the formulas and all, right? Correlation, covariance. Just go through the formulas. So yeah, where to use, when to use, like that.
Okay.
Yeah. So just go through the previous year questions and go through the topics. Like what are the topics that are there in the question that they've asked. So you will get to know like what should I do? Like what should I learn? Correlation, covariance. These are the main topics. Quartiles, interquartile range.
So all the videos which are in week 3 and week 4 that are not much needed to see. All the videos.
No, if you like for the last minute, just go through the recordings that like the live sessions and all, or the revision session we have right now. You can see the recordings.
Okay, okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Okay then. So that's it. Shall we end the meet?
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. All the best, everyone.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Have a great evening. Okay. Bye.
Thank you, ma'am. You had helped me in last moment.
Okay.
Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am.